All right, drivers, just want to remind you that once you're in the staging lanes, try and stay with your cars. Once we get rolling here, we're going to continue to keep rolling. We try to run a very tight and efficient ship. And we want everybody to get the runs in that they want to get in. Of course, if you have a street car on street tires, you may want to line up just a little askew of the groove so as you don't tear it up for the cars with slick tires. Also, try not to run your air conditioner or defroster, or we request that you don't, actually, because that will put water on the track. Water on the track does not promote traction. Just common sense items, just reminders. But we are about to get started here. Do some burnouts, make some noise. See who can do the biggest wheelie. So saddle up, drivers. Let's be safe. Let's have some fun. Once again, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. 1 and 2 for our test and tuners today. Come on up. If you haven't been through tech yet, you need to go into 7 and 8. Go through tech. Get your tech card turned in. Make sure everything's all safe and sound on your vehicle and on your person. And we are sending cars down the track. To start your day in that Camaro 816 at 170 miles an hour. Staging lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are open for our test and tune participants. Once you've been through technical inspection, come right on in staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, drivers, don't be afraid of the car in front of you in the staging lanes. Let's scooch them on up, please. Keep some room in the back of the lanes for more cars, so if you would please move your cars up to the cars in front of you. Keep them tight in the lanes. We would appreciate that. We'll keep things rolling through as quickly as we can. I should say as quickly and as safely as we can. Got a little bit of a leaker going on in that left lane. We had to push him back off. Good thing we didn't send him down. He would have puked the whole track. We just got two small spots we got to get cleaned up. So give us a couple minutes while we take care of that, and then we'll be back to testing action. In the meantime, please snug them on up. Please bring them on up in the lanes. Got a lot of cars. Let's get them all in if we can. Technical inspection continues in lanes 7 and 8. 7 and 8 for technical inspection. 1 and 2, come on up if you want to make some test passes. say we got some fluid on the track. Nothing in the groove. We'll get it cleaned up here in a little bit. We had a car puking tranny fluid out of it, so we got him off the track. We just have 2 small spots we need to get cleaned up, and then we'll be back to testing action. All right, drivers, saddle up. We got that little bit of a tranny fluid spill cleaned up. We're ready to go. So saddle up, and we'll continue testing. Don't forget, 4 o'clock, we're going to have a gambler's race. 80% payback, $50 entry. We're only a half an hour into today's test and tune. Gorgeous, gorgeous day here at Rock Falls Raceway. We're glad you're all here, spending your day with us as we go back to test and tune action. Just a reminder, drivers, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. 1 and 2. I see we're spilling over into 3. 1 and 2 would be just great, and try and keep snugging them up as you come up. Try and remain in staging lanes 1 and 2 in case you need to move anything through lane 3. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are open for testing. Don't be afraid to get next to that car. But let's move them over into lanes 1 and 2. Would appreciate that. And don't be afraid to snug up to your neighbor in front of you as we keep things moving on this beautiful Capital Motor Company test and tune. I think the second to the last one, maybe the third to the last one of the season. We're glad you're here. just to let you drivers know, coming up in lane 3, I kind of need you in lane 2. Lanes 1 and 2 are open. I may have to open up 3 and 4, but I can't do that with cars in lane 3. So I need these cars in lane 3 to get over into lane 2 in case I need to open that lane up. So please keep that in mind, all those of you from the crosswalk on back. I'd like to keep you in lanes 1 and 2 in case I need to open up lanes 3 and 4. I don't want to, but in case I need to, I need you guys in 1 and 2. Not that tough. 1 and 2. Just a reminder, I see you guys cheating over in lane 3. I need you in lane 2. I need to have you guys in lane 2, so if you want to move over and get into 2 as you roll up, I may have to open up lanes 3 and 4 for additional staging, and I can't do that with cars that are supposed to be in lane 2 that are in lane 3. So most of you know the process around here. Lanes 1 and 2 are open for test and tune. We have an extra amount of cars out here. I may have to open up additional staging lanes. I don't want to. But if I do, I can't have cars in staging lane 3 when you should be in 2. So lanes 1 and 2, please. And please snug them up. Pull on up to the car in front of you to make room for the cars in back of you. That helps things operate very smoothly. Once again, those cars in lane 3, kind of need you to move over into lane 2 because we're getting watered up at the back of staging. I might need to open up staging lanes 3 and 4, 2 completely different lanes. So if you're in lane 3, you should be in lane 2, not 3, 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are open for your test and tune pleasure, not 1 and 3. So please move them over. Again, I may have to open up a couple more staging lanes to fit everybody in. I don't want to because that usually messes things up, but I may have to. And I can't do it with cars in staging lane 3. So you're supposed to be in 1 and 2. Those cars in 3, you need to be in 2, which is next to 1, right next to 1. Not staging lane 3. We got a lot of cars here today, so I ask you drivers to keep snuggling up to the car in front of you. Please help move them on up to make room at the back of the line so we can keep getting cars into the staging lanes. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. 1 and 2. Those of you in 3, you should be in 2. So please keep that in mind and keep moving on up to the car in front of you to suck up the gap so we can make room for more cars at the back of the lanes, and we can get everybody in there and keep people from running into each other or that potential. Again, those cars in staging lane 3, you should be in 2. And if you would please snug up to the car in front of you, even those in lane 1, if you would move it on up and make room for the cars behind you, would appreciate that very much. We ask that drivers stay with their cars so they can move them up to the car in front of them. So please, drivers, if you would move your cars forward. If there's a gap in front of you and the car in front of you, would appreciate that very much. Make room for those cars behind. At the back of staging, those cars in lane 3, you should be in 2, so we can keep some semblance of order and not get everything all knotted up like it's starting to get that way already. So when you do come back around, if you're in 3, you should be in 2. 3 is not open. 2 is open. I know you can figure that out. That Opel GT, if we can get that thing to roll forward some, make some room behind you, appreciate that. So once again, just to remind all your drivers that are testing today, staging. So I ask that you come up in lanes 1 and 2. Some of you have bled over into 3. You should be in 2. We'll get this unraveled and unknotted, and we'll get you back into 1 and 2, and we'll continue testing. Everybody will get their turn. A lot of cars here today, and then please, if you could, please pull up to the car in front of you to make room for the cars behind you. If you got a big gap between you and the car in front of you, we ask that you pull up. And again, make room for the cars behind you. We're all here to play. We're all here to have fun. If we cooperate and work together, things go better for everybody. I'm trying to remind you drivers, staging lane 3 is not open. Staging lanes 1 or 2 are open. So please don't pull into lane 3 if you're coming into the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2 are the only lanes open for testing right now. Lanes 1 and 2. So don't keep pulling into 3. And again, I ask those cars in hot stage, wherever you got a big gap in front of you, you can roll it on up forward, and that will help alleviate some of this mess we got going on by making room for the cars behind you. If you would pull your car up to the car in front of you, that would help a lot. As we continue with today's Capital Motor Company Test and Tune. Just passing the 2 o'clock hour, again, right around 3:30 or a quarter to 4, I'll be making a call for a gambler's race. We'll start that precisely at 4 o'clock, $50 to enter, 80% payback if you choose to race. Wonderful. If you don't, you can continue testing. I do ask if you enter the gambler's race, you prepare to run round robin. You'll get a time trial at 4 o'clock. We'll reload the lanes as soon as you run. We'll run round 1, and we'll continue to reload the lanes and run you as quickly as you can get back. So if you cannot run round robin, do not enter today's gambler's race. Should be no problem, though. It's not very hot out. And be a good time to get some practice competition in before our final 2 Gold Rush points races coming up tomorrow and Sunday. Let's go, gentlemen. Let's keep them tight in the staging lanes. Let's tighten them up if you can. If you got space in front of you, move them on up. Appreciate that. Helps things out. Keeps cars out of wadding up in the back of the lanes. So we got a little break in the action. We got a lost air filter out on the top end of the track. We're going to run out there with the Wisconsin State Lottery safety truck and pick that up off the track, and then we'll be back to running momentarily. Doing a great job, everybody. Got a lot of cars here today. We want to get everybody down the track as many times as possible. With all these cars, sometimes it's a little bit of a task. Things are rolling pretty good. Just a reminder, 3:30, a little past 3:30, probably 3:45, I'm going to make the call for our Gamblers Race today. $50 to enter the Gamblers Race if you're testing. If you're not testing, you'll have to purchase a separate Gamblers Tech card. Get that turned in. Then you'll need to bring $50 up with you to the lanes when I call you. That's going to be an all-run combo Gamblers Race. Crosstalk will be on. And that'll be 80% payback as usual. We'll start that right at 4 o'clock. I will close staging at 4. We'll start running those cars at 4 o'clock. You'll get one time run. And then I will ask you to come back as soon as possible. This will be a round-robin race. Depending on how many cars we have, I'm anticipating a good car count. And we want to finish that race before we stop and make the track go cold at 7 p.m. So we'll have you come back and run in a round-robin fashion, which means when you cross the finish line, you will safely proceed to your pit area after you get your time slip and refuel the car and come back up. There will be, we won't be going time limits or anything. It's just get back as soon as you possibly can to make the next round. And if you don't want to run that way, don't enter the Gamblers Race. And we've got that debris off the track, and we're back to running. So back to your cars and stay with your cars in the staging lanes. Keep things tight and neat. We appreciate that. And again, thanks for coming out here and spending your day with us on our Capital Motor Company Test and Tune. Hey, just to let everybody know, we've had a bunch of cars go down the track. It's time for us to address the starting line a little bit. We're going to do a little brooming and grooming on the starting line and respray some. So if you're in the staging lanes, you might want to stand down a little bit, take your helmets off, relax a little. Give us 10 minutes or so, and we're going to address the starting line. Like I say, do a little brooming and grooming and respray. And then we'll send you back on your way, get back to testing. So be about a 10-minute break here while we redress this starting line. Use your time accordingly. While we're dressing up this starting line, this would be a good time to head on over to the concession stand, get yourself something good to eat. Hamburgers, hot dogs, brats, chicken tenders, cheese curds, fries, loaded fries. They got everything down there that you would ever want. Hot dogs, chili dogs, hot dogs with kraut, brats with kraut. They got also sandwiches, domestic beers. They also have craft beers, sandwiches, just all kinds of stuff. So it'll be a good time to stop over there, get yourself something to eat, replenish, get ready for more testing action in the afternoon here as we keep going. Say we're just going to redress this starting line, do a little brooming, a little dragging, and we're going to reapply some traction compound, make things as good as possible here at Rock Falls Raceway on our Capital Motor Company Test and Tune Friday. In front of our final two Gold Rush Points Series races. We got MDRA out here for tomorrow and Sunday. I see a few of them out here today testing and tuning. We got a Gamblers race we're going to run this afternoon. I'm going to call cars to the lanes in 1 hour. In 1 hour, I'll call you to the lanes. That'll be a $50 entry, combo, all run. Crosstalk will be on. 80% payback as usual. And we'll fire that off with a time run at 4 o'clock. So I will close registration at 4 o'clock for that, and then we'll run the cars that are in the lanes. They'll come back and then come back for round one. Put dial-ins on the board and go. And that race will be run in a round-robin fashion. And if you're not familiar with that, that means minimal time between runs. It's a very cool day today, so you'll come back, you'll throw some fuel in it, throw the charger on it for a minimal amount of time, and then get back in the lanes. And if you don't want to run that quickly, as I've said already today, don't run this race. But if you want to have some fast action, bracket racing, this is a good way to get into it and get some competition under your belt before the weekend starts. So stay with us while we prep this up, get things as good as we can. We'll be back to testing and tuning action in no time. All right, testers, saddle up. You're coming out. We got everything taken care of on the starting line we needed to take care of. New batch of traction compound laid down just for you. And we're back to testing action. So saddle up, helmets on, get ready. If you're towards the front of the line, you're coming out. Just want to take this time to remind everybody it is 3:30 or just past. In 10 minutes, I'm going to start calling cars up to staging lanes 5 and 6 for today's Gamblers Race, Combo Gambler. If you want to get in that, that's where you're going to go. You don't have to come now, but I am going to make a earnest call in 10 minutes to get cars up into the lanes for today's Gamblers Race. And precisely at 4 o'clock, when we start doing time runs for those gamblers, we're going to shut the staging lanes down simultaneously. And that will be who runs in today's Gamblers. You'll get a time run, and then we will be running round robin from the moment you start. We'll bring you back for round 1. We'll bring you back for round 2. We'll keep running until we get to the final, which, the way things are going, will happen just before 7 o'clock when we shut this track down. Because as you know, when we're open from 1 till 7, that does not mean 7:01. So unless we get a grace period from Travis, we'll see how things go as long as we don't have any major shutdowns. But that is the plan. So in 10 minutes, if you want to get in a Gamblers Race and you've already registered for testing today, you can get $50, come up in lane 5 and 6, and Kurt will come by and get you registered. If we have to spill over, we will. I'll make that call. Get close to it. If we have to go into lane 7 and 8, we will. But that is how today's Gamblers Race is going to work. And I will be making that call in 10 minutes, in earnest. And like I say, I'm going to shut the lanes down at 4 o'clock, and we're going to start the time trial, and then it'll be round robin, round 1, round 2, and so on. If you don't want to gamble, you can continue to test and tune. We're just going to work the Gamblers Race in. We'll shut test and tune down, run the Gamblers, open test and tune back up, but you'll be in the lanes waiting, so we'll keep doing that. We'll alternate between the Gamblers Race and test and tune cars until we run out of cars or run out of time. Just wanted to remind everybody, we're getting close to getting into that Gamblers Race. So use what little time you have left accordingly. All If you want to gamble, come right on lanes 5 and 6. Bring $50 if you're here already and you've bought a test or a tech card for testing. If you are not testing, you need to go up to registration and get a tech card for gambling. It costs you $20, a lot cheaper than buying the test day tech card. And you can make your way to the staging lanes 5 and 6. So come right on with that, gamblers. 5 and 6, $50, 80% payback, all the standard stuff. Test your competitive spirit. While we All right, staging lanes 5 and 6. If you're here to gamble, staging lanes 5 and 6. Again, you'll get a time trial. We're going to kick that off at 4 o'clock. We're going to run that time trial. And then I want you, gentlemen and ladies, to come right back into staging and run round 1. And we'll keep doing this round robin until we run out of cars or run out of time. Hopefully we have a winner before we run out of time. Thank you, gentlemen, for showing up so quickly. Once again, at 4 o'clock, I'm shutting off registration for this Gamblers Race. And we're going to run the time trial for the Gamblers Race. Everybody coming up, you're going to get a time trial. So come right on. Get in today's Gamblers Race. 80% payback. I hope we're paying back a ton. So come right on. If you want to gamble today, lanes 5 and 6. If lanes 5 and 6 get full, I'll bring you up in 7 and 8. But right now, we got lots of room in 5 and 6. So come right on if you want to gamble. I may have to extend a little bit of time here while we're checking the track. That diesel, a lot of white smoke came out of it on the big end. Want to make sure that it was just maybe smoke coming out of the turbo and no liquid. So we're up there checking the track right now for liquid. As long as we don't see any, we'll continue on. Well, unfortunately, the diesel truck had some turbo issues and something let go on that. Put some fluid out on the track, and we need to run on down there and do some dragging to get that fluid up off the surface. It's after the finish line, but that's just as important to have good traction while braking as it is to have good traction while accelerating. So it'll be just a few extra minutes while we do that. Give drivers a little bit more time to get in this gamblers race. Lanes 5 and 6 to get in the gamblers. $50, 80% payback. All run. Crosstalk will be on, etc., etc. If you don't want crosstalk, make sure you put an N on there. You're all going to get a time trial first. Then you're going to get dial-ins on the cars and come right back. Please. So far, we got a good amount of cars. Like to see it double if we could. Have a big payout in today's gamblers race. So once again, for our gamblers, if you want to get in the gamblers race, you are going to get a time trial when you're in line right now. You're going to get a time trial, and then I'm going to ask you to come right back, round robin. We're going to do this thing round robin. Come right back, put a dial-in on the car, and let's go racing. But you're going to get a time trial this first hit. So keep that in mind. If you're back in the pits and you're not sure, because maybe you didn't get a time hit yet today, come right on. You're getting a time hit. I'm going to delay things a little bit since we had a little bit of this fluid on the track is delaying things a little bit. But once I see a lack of cars coming into the lanes, I'm going to shut the lanes down, and we're going to send you guys off, and you'll alternate. We'll keep testing. We're going to keep testing, but we'll run the gamblers back and forth between testing and gambling. So you can map your remaining time out that way. If you want to gamble, you're going to get a time hit this first lap, and then you're going to come back and you're going to be gambling. And again, it's going to be round robin deal because we aren't going to wait around. Last time we did this, we ran out of time, but we got a grace period from Travis. I'm not counting on that a second time. So we need to finish this race before 7 o'clock when we secure the track. So I'm gonna push a little bit, but again, it's not a warm day, and there should be no trouble running a round robin program. To testing. So we're right at the tail end. It's just about 4 o'clock. If you're on your way to the staging lane, so we got one dead on the track. We'll take care of that. But if you're still wanting to get into Gamblers, there's still time. We'll extend it a little bit, but once we get this car off the track, we're going to be looking to send our Gamblers down. So we'll break in on the test and tuners, and we'll send Gamblers, but it's going to be a little bit because, like I say, we got a broken one out on the track, and we're going to figure out what we need to do to get it off. And after that, I think we're going to take Gamblers and send them out. But Kurt will get you guys squared away. He's taken the last few registrations on the cars that are coming in. We do have a broken car out on the track, so you guys don't have to saddle up right this second. We do have a broken car out on the track. Kurt's going to break in on the test and tuners, and then we'll send out the Gamblers. So you guys got a few minutes. You don't have to jump in your cars and suit up right now. Like I say, we got a broken one on the track. It looks like we're going to have to get the rollback out to get him off. So it's going to be a few minutes, which gives you a few more minutes. If you want to get into the Gamblers, you can certainly get in. So, and a reminder to the gamblers, competitors, if you're getting in line, that's great. We'd love to see you. We got a little extra time here while we get cars off the track. We're going to break in. We're going to run out, I think, what's in hot stage. We're going to run those cars out. We're going to run gamblers down on your time trial. And I ask you to come right back to staging lanes 5 and 6. We'll keep those lanes the entire length of the race. So if you win, you can continue coming back to lanes 5 or 6. If you don't win, you can continue testing. Simple as that. But I ask you to come back to the lanes as soon as possible. I'm going to get a count the first time through, and when we're within about 10% of that count, I'm going to try and get you guys down the track for first round and keep going. Don't want to run without anyone, but we can't afford to wait as we lose a little bit more time with a broken car on the track, which is nobody's fault. That's just the way it goes, but we are up against a hard close at 7 p.m. And last time we wouldn't have made it, but we got a grace period. I'm not counting on that this time. I want to make sure we have a winner in this gamblers race before 7 o'clock. All right, we got the car loaded up onto the rollback, and we're rolling him down the track right now. So we're going to be running out the cars that are in hot stage first. Then we're going to run our time trial for gamblers. Then we'll keep running test and tune cars. And then once we get all of our gamblers back, we'll break in on the test and tune cars, and we'll keep alternating back and forth until we have a winner in the gamblers race or we run out of time. So if you still want to get in the gamblers, we still got some room in the lanes, and kind of a break for any of those who are latecomers and want to get in. You can still get in. I couldn't close them off at 4 because we had a little issue on the track. Still want to get there, we can go, but once we start moving gamblers out for their first time trial, the gamblers race will be closed to any new entrants. So I see we had a few come in late there. That's great. Welcome. Thanks for coming up. Got almost 30 cars so far. We got room to take more if we got more coming. We got just about 6 more pair left. Then we're going to run some junior dragsters. We're going to take the gamblers and bring them up into hot stage while we do a little track preparation. We're going to do just a quick spray, and then we're going to go into this time trial for gamblers. And then, like I said, we ask you to come back as soon as possible, back to 5 and 6, and we will start round 1 of the gamblers race. All right, gamblers and test and tuners, we're getting ready to run that time trial for the gamblers. We're going to do a little sweeping, blowing, and traction compound installation on the starting line. So once again, gamblers, we're getting the starting line rejuvenated. We're going to send you down to your time trial, and we're going to ask you to come back as soon as possible and safely as possible. As always, safety first here at Rock Falls Raceway. We're going to ask you to come back in lanes 5 and 6, and you'll be coming back in ready for competition in round 1. So we'll need dial-ins on the windows so we can read them, along with your car numbers. We need to be able to read them so we can get all this accomplished. I will go through this time trial. We'll establish best reaction time on this time trial. We'll establish a wait-and-see buy run. I will announce that buy run as soon as I can after I have time to go through the run sheet. And as you come up, be ready. And if you are the wait-and-see buy run, I'll have you come up in lane 7. And like I said, I'll try and do that as quickly as I can. Here we go with our Gambler time trials coming out. Left side, John Hatfield. Right side, Jason Hopp. Jason had a birthday, I think, yesterday. Recently, that's for sure. Jason Hopp is ready. 007 making a bid for that wait and see buy. $39 light for Mr. Lindbergh. 44 red for the Mustang. Next pair up, Dale Hildreth, left side. Mike Simons, right side. Off they go. 26 red to a 59. Couple of dragsters coming out now. Willie Gray, right side, the Gray Ghost. Shout out to Deb Price out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. Rhonda telling her man to put it in first gear. Dan Kike, left side. Willie Gray making a bid. Dan Kike stages it in too deep. So being as Dan put it in too deep and then backed out, I'm pretty sure he won't qualify or use this run, be able to use it to qualify for the bye. But Willie Gray went 002. That puts him atop the heap for the bye. Out of the goodness of our hearts, the starter is letting Dan make a rerun, so at least he can get a time trial. Off he goes. Dalton Johnson now left side. And he's been out here before. Beautiful red Challenger. One of my favorites. Right side escapes me. Oh, that's Tom Reimers. Oh, we do have names. This is awesome. Off they go. 2,000 red. Almost hit it. Dalton goes 26 green. Pretty quick rear engine dragster coming up now, right side. I'm just going to call him Dean. I can't read the last name from here. Bruce Van Stratton. Left side, 963. He's got on there. Again, islands don't matter. We're looking for reaction time. Bruce goes 25. Side. Morgan McDonough in the right. Ford versus Chevy. Ranger versus S10. It's the Danger Ranger, though, not just any Ranger. 36 to a 17 red. 36 for Gene, 17 red for Morgan. Mike Serene now, right side. John Blomberg over there in the left. Red light left side and very green on the right. Pat Haubrick now, left side. No name on the right hand Chevelle. 72 version in the right lane. Double red lights, 005 red to a 002 red. I think we run true start here. Chevelle would have advanced, but time trials don't make a difference. Willie Gray still sitting on top with his 002 green light. Connor, first name, in the left lane. One of the Summers over here in the right. .005 gave it a good run. Connor Smisek in that left-hand lane. Richie Summers, right side. Dan Gruhl, right side, not Richie Summers. It's like Dan Gruhl, left side, not Richie Summers. In the right, we got one that's down. Go out there and take a look. See if Mr. Summers can get that refired and off the track, hopefully. Hopefully nothing terrible happened. All right, looks like Mr. Summers got the car refired and is making his way off the track. We'll continue with our Gamblers time trials. I see we already have people coming back. Appreciate it very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it very much. Willie Gray right now holding the lead with the 002 light for that wait and see buy. We got a bunch of pairs left to go. We'll see how things turn out. John Marslick now right side in his 70 Dart Swinger. Terry Pease in the Thames Wagon, left side. Terry puts it 12 red. Marslick goes 100 green, but not the good kind of 100. It's truly 100. John made it down to the split, I think, last time. I think we got down to 3 cars, something like that. John was on fire last time we was here. Next pair out. No names, either lane. Kia Soltis, I believe, in the left lane. Ford Mustang in the right. Aaron Milton, right side. Says we got Jake Lesnick here. Haven't seen Jake in quite a while. Over in the left lane in his Z28 Camaro. 81 version, I believe. Somebody wants to tell Jake to put the fuel cap back on that car. That would be a good thing to do. That should dry up in no time. That was just nothing but fuel coming out of the gas tank. Yeah. Aaron Milton went 009, Lesnick 11 red. Willie Gray still standing tall with that 002 light. Sitting on top of the heap, seeing if someone can knock him off for that wait and see buy. Dusty Winrich now left side. Tom Podvin in the right lane in the Mustang. Jake Hansen right side in that 70 Chevelle. I believe that's Tim Concher over there in the left lane. Tim goes way red. Jake goes plenty green. And I believe this is the final pair for our gamblers. Nope, not the final pair. We got another pair coming after this. Dave Schmidt, right side in that dragster. Sean Winrich now. Right side. This is our final pair. Firebird gave it a bid, 001 red, but Willie Gray waiting on one last pair to see if he's going to be holding on to that buy. Again, round robin is effect. We already have half a dozen cars back for round one for a gambler's race. Off they go, and Brandon Winrich takes it. I'm sorry, not Brandon Winrich. Yes, Brandon. Brandon takes it away from Willie Gray. Brandon goes perfect. So Brandon will be on the wait and see buy. He can come up in lane 7. Rest of the drivers will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Tracing lanes are a little bit wadded up, so hopefully we get that straightened out. We can get everybody back in the lanes. Once we get everybody back, we will start round 1. And I'll do a quick check of the count here. It shows we have 39 cars. Junior Dragster, car number N502. N is in Nancy, 502. You were on the wait and see buy, Junior Dragster Gambler. N502, you were on the wait and see buy, and I think there was an odd number of cars. So you really don't have to wait and see. Unless another car comes up and joins the race, then you might be racing somebody, so keep that in mind. N502, Junior Dragsters. And car number 222, Brandon Winrich. You stole the buy away at the last possible second. Or the potential buy. Oh, I missed it. Brandon. Yeah, my mistake. And they know it already in the Winrich pits. 2 out of the 3 cars went perfect. Dusty Winrich, car number 5937, I believe. Dusty Winrich, you are on the wait and see buy. Kick your son back into the regular rabble lanes. Dusty Winrich, come on up in lane 7. Dusty Winrich to lane 7, car number 5937. You got the perfect light before your son. So once again, I apologize, Brandon Winrich. You were the second 000 light. Your dad took it away from you before I gave it to you. So Dusty, you are on the wait and see buy. There are presently 39 cars. There might be 40. We're not sure, so don't count on it. But Dusty will take you to lane 7. Dusty will take you to lane 7. Otherwise, we got just about everybody back. It looks like we're going to start run. We're going to break in on our test and tune cars, and we're going to run this first round of the Gamblers race because we got a lot of rounds to get through, and we don't have a lot of time to get there. So we got a little moisture on the top end of the track, as odd as that seems right now, but it's not odd for this year at Rock Falls Raceway because we have not had 3 full days of dry. So we got a little moisture on the very top end of the track. We want to make sure that that is dry. Very important part of the track. You got to be able to slow down just as much as you need to speed up. So it looks like we got like 31 cars back, maybe 32. So we need 7 more. Unless Mr. Summers is broken, then we would need 6 more. So we need those cars back for the Gamblers, because we're going to start running the Gamblers once we clear out a lane for you to run in. Gamblers, you're going to be coming out PDQ. Anybody back in the pits that is in the Gamblers, you should be on your way. You should be on your way to the staging lanes 5 and 6. We're going to run round 1 very quickly. We don't want to leave anybody out, but we also want to finish this race. I don't think we finished it last time we were here. We got an earlier start today. Hopefully we can continue, and with your help, we'll run on through. And we'll crown a champion at the end of the day. So we got just a few more pairs of tests and tuners to go. Then we're going to run out our gamblers, both junior and big car combo gamblers. So it looks like we got all of our gamblers back. Thanks for coming back, guys. For those of you who just pulled into the lanes, if you do win this round, you're going to have to turn it around a little bit quicker, because we're not going to wait. We're going to get probably 90% of our cars back, and we're going to start the round. This is a round-robin race. You were promised a round-robin race, and we're going to run it like a round-robin race. Test and tuners, we're holding you back in 1 and 2 because we're going to run the gamblers. So don't be driving around lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2 are for testing and tuning. Please stay in those lanes. You'll all get your turn as soon as we can possibly run you down the track. A few more pairs of test and tuners, then we're going to break in with our junior gamblers, then go to big car gamblers, then we'll go back to test and tune until our gamblers get back, and we repeat the cycle. All right, one more car to go, and then we are going into our junior gamblers, junior dragster gamblers. And you hear them firing up. Dial-ins are up, and we are going to be racing. 2 cars go down, 1 car comes back. No buybacks, no how. Michaela Velour, left side, dials 1178. Claire McDonough, 790 in the right lane. Off they go. Pair of green lights, but Claire McDonough is as close to perfect as you can be without going under. She double. Claire McDonough lays down 5 total rounds of junior dragster gamblers. A pass that will probably beat 99% of the cars running in our big car gamblers. Wow, great pass by Claire McDonough to kick off the gamblers. Thought we had another pair, but it looks like just a single. Dylan Hansen dials up a 898. Going to square off against Claire McDonough in the Junior Dragster Final. Dylan's ready. He uncorks a 12 on the Christmas tree. On down the track he goes on the 898. Goes 902 with a 1. Going to be a heck of a final between Dylan and Claire. Coming up in a few minutes or so. Should be going to the Big Car Gambler right now. Just want to remind you, gamblers, this is a round-robin race. Some of you took a while to get back into the lanes. If you knew you had time, that's great, but we aren't going to be waiting. When we get 90% of the cars back in the lanes, we're going to start running the next round of gamblers. So somehow we got a junior street time trial stuck in the middle of this. Not sure how that happened. Get that car out of the way. Tyler Burkholder. Get him down the track, and we'll be going into our gamblers, big car gamblers. So big money on the line coming up here. Be nice to get it down to a single winner. But we're going to need to turn and burn, big car gamblers. So once again, be prepared to turn them around. As soon as you win, come back into the lanes. John Hatfield, left side, first pair out. John has dialed a 1302 in the right lane, dialed 951. I have no name on the red Mustang. Dylan's Hope, it says. Off they go. Couldn't hardly wait as long as he needed to wait in Dylan's Hope. Goes very green. John Hatfield picking up the win. 35 green, 37 over, taking 2/10. John Hatfield moving on left side in that 69 Camaro. Gene Milton, left side, dials up a 1029. Tom Reimers, 1040. In what I wish I could afford to buy. Challenger in the right lane. Off they go. In command, the Danger Ranger taking the win. Gene Milton, 19 green. Tom Reimers missed it. Tom also ran off the dial, a lot of spin out of the hole. Gene regulated the finish line like a pro, still took a 10th, running about 2/10 over. Bruce Van Straten now left side, 962. Richie Summers, 8 flat in the right. Eight thou separate him at the hit. Advantage goes to the dragster. Win goes to the dragster. Richie Summers, 12 green, 21 over. We'll call that 23 total. Bruce Van Straten, 20 green and 15 over, ends up 2 thou behind for the loss. Dale Hildreth, 896, left side. Chevelle in the right lane, dialed 1135. Off they go. Dale Hildreth in control, goes 3 on the tree, runs 17 over. We call that 20 total. Chevelle in the right lane was 47 green, broke it out 17 thou, still ended up a 10th behind. Next pair out, John Blomberg. John Blomberg, left side, dials 1029. 1730 the dial. Right side in the Kia. 7-second wait for John Blomberg. 7 seconds. Oh my goodness. And now. John had to wait. John performed. John is in control. John takes the win. 47 green. Kia missed it. Ran a 10th over. John gets there, taking half a second for the win. John's also running 2/10 over. Mr. Lindbergh, 985. Chad Lindbergh, it says here. Chad's dialed 985. I'm not sure if that's right. Could be Joe, could be Chad. It's one of the two. It's in the left lane. And he's behind. Mustang out first by 27 thou. And on the 1114 goes 1112 with a 3, breaks it out 17 thou. As Mr. Lindbergh runs dead on for the win. Mustang breaks it out. Takes 50, going 17 thou under, needed to take 33 or less. A couple of dragsters coming out now. Dan Kike, left side, 739. Willie Gray in the right, dialed 809. Off they go, separated by only 1 thou. That advantage went to Willie Gray. He turns it into a win. 32 dead 5, 37 total. I'm sorry, 33 dead 5, 38 total. Dan Kike was 32, 14 over, ends up 8 thou behind for the loss. Willie Gray moving on to round 2. Looks like Dean Wentler in the dragster in the right lane. This beautiful red car. I like race cars. I like them red. And I own a dragster. Phil Johnson in the left lane, dialed 1109. Off they go. 005 for Dean, but he breaks it out. 24 thou. Phil Johnson goes 18 green and 700ths over for the win. Finishes behind by a 10th. We got some debris out on the track. We're sending the safety truck out there to check it out. We'll get that off the track and we'll get back to running as soon as possible. And it looks like we got picked up whatever was out there. Get the safety truck off the track, and we'll be back to racing action. Appreciate you winners getting back here so quick in the Gamblers race. Appreciate it very much. We're still in round 1. We have several pairs to go. I believe it's Morgan McDonough in the left lane, dialed up with a 1020. Jeff Serene, 926 on the motorcycle, Suzuki brand in the right lane. Pair of green lights give 21 thou advantage to Morgan McDonough. He turns it into a win, 21-28 over. We call that 49 total. Jeff Serene was 48 green, needed to go dead one for a chance. Runs almost a tenth over to be almost a tenth behind. Morgan McDonough moving on in that S10 pickup. Brandon Winrich, left side, 11:36. David Schmidt, 8:51 in the right lane. Brandon, very good on the tree. His time trial. And he goes 6 red, hands the win over to Schmidt. Schmidt goes 19 green in the dragster for the win and runs 12 thou over. 31 total, tidy pass. Dave Schmidt moving on. Jason Hopp now, 7:51 the dial, right side in the shorty dragster. And that is Sean Winrich in the left lane, dialed up with an 11:13. Off they go. 23 to a 35. Give the 23. 35 green breaks it out 17 thou. 29 thou he breaks it out. Anyways, on the double breakout, Jason Hopp moving on. Aaron in the right, Pat Halbert, 8:33 in the left. Pair of green lights. Pat Halbert. And he'll take the win. He's 12, 19 thou over, 31 total. Aaron was 25 green. Needed to go dead 6 for a chance. Runs 1 over 4, ends up 8 thou behind. Pat Halbrick moving on. Mike Simons, 1075 left lane. John Marslick, 1038 right lane. Ford versus Mopar. And Mike Simons goes 41 red. John Marslick right there. He's 19 green. He'll run it through, and on that 1038 dial, he'll go 1037 with a 7, moving on to round 2. Simons, after going red, breaks it out 32 thou. Connor Smisek or Smisek, one of the two, left side, 947 the dial. A beautiful Chevy Nova. He's staging up against Pat Kelly over here in the right lane, dialed 10 flat in the Firebird. Pair of green lights separated by 5 thou. Give the 5 thou advantage to Pat Kelly. And on the double breakout, he'll retain the finish line advantage. He gets their first 4 thou. Difference in breakout, 1 thou. Pat Kelly breaks it out 14 thou. Connor Smisek or Smisek breaks it out 15 thou. Tough loss to take. Tim Kunchier, left side, 966. Mark Pease, right side, 1205 in the trusty 72 Chevelle. Been racing it for 30 or 40 years. Long time. And Mark Pease goes red. Hands the win over to Kunchier. Kunchier smoking his way down the track. Runs 11 thou under for the win. Next pair out, Tom Podvin over here in the right lane in the Ford Mustang. Dialed in with a 908. Going to be chasing down Dan Gruhl out of Hammond, Wisconsin in the left lane. The 69 Barracuda dialed 1048. Off they go. Bodman missed the tree, and he's in big trouble. If Dan Gruhl doesn't break out, he's going to win. Dan Gruhl gets a Freight Train of the Day award. 14 green, dead 5, taking almost a second and a half. When you're not going to break out, you don't need to turn around and look. Firebird left side, dial 970. I should know the name on that car. Races here quite a bit. I think it's Jake Hansen in the right lane, dialed 952 in his Chevelle. Significant reaction time advantage going to the Firebird, and he'll take the win. He was 10 green, runs 26 thou over, 36 total, locked out. Hansen lets go 73, and mathematically cannot win that race no matter what he does. Dalton Johnson now coming up left side. Jake Lesnick in the right. Dalton going to be dialed 1005. Jake going to be dialed 1043. Jake's Quality Auto Repair, one of our sponsors on the season. Thanks Jake and Brad for contributing to us here at Rock Falls Raceway. We're happy to have you on board. Out of White Bear Lake, that's where you can get your car fixed, and fixed right. And away we go, pair of green lights. Reaction time advantage favoring Jake Lesnick, and he'll turn it into a win. 67 and 16 over adds up to 83. And that locked out Dalton Johnson. Johnson missed it, going 91 green, runs dead on with a 1, but ends up 9 thou behind. Dusty Winrich was our wait-and-see bye holder. He waited, he saw, and he doesn't have the bye. If he wins, he'll retain it. He's squaring off against Terry Pease. Terry dialed 1075. Dusty dialed in with a 1013. Dusty in the left lane in the S10. Mark in the Thames wagon in the right lane. And Dusty is in trouble. He missed it, but he'll pull it out as Terry Pease breaks it out. Dustin goes 124 green, runs dead on with a 1. Terry Pease had a huge advantage. He's 50 on the tree, had 75 hundredths advantage, takes 95 to break it out 20 thou. Needed to take 75 thou or less for the win. Heartbreaking loss there for Terry Pease. Dusty Winrich retains the bye. We'll take you back. We'll take you back, gamblers. I think there was 38 of you. We're looking for 19. So I've got 7 of our gamblers back. I'm looking for 12. 7 of you made it back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming back so quickly. I need 12 more. Actually, if I get 10 more, we're going to run that round. We'll break in and we'll run it as quickly as we can. So I got a parts call. I believe Bob Loya is looking for a 3/8 inch poly lock for a small block Chevy. Parts call. If you have a 3/8 poly lock for a small block, try and find Bob Loya. I think that's spelled right. I hope. If it's not, I'll get an update and I'll get it back to you. But parts call, racer in need. I think it's Bob Loya needs a poly lock, 3/8 poly lock for his small block Chevy. If you could help him out, we would very much appreciate it. I've got 9 gamblers back. I've got 9 out of 19 gamblers back. I'm looking for, I don't know, maybe 5 more. And then we're going to break in and run the second round of the gamblers. 5:30 right now. We only have an hour and a half before this deal ends. We got to get cars back. We got to break them in. We got to run them. We got a junior dragster final we're going to run off. We'll take care of that. And then we have our priority on getting our gamblers done. But you have to cooperate with us by getting back in the staging lanes. We're back up to 11 cars now, waiting on 8 to get back. I want to see you all back, but I know some of you don't come back. But we advertised a round robin race, and we're running a round robin race. on that poly lock call. Somebody up in the staging lanes has a poly lock for Bob Loya. Bob, if you want to come up to the staging lanes, start asking people who's got a poly lock. I can't do any better than that. But somebody's got one for you up here in the staging lanes. Bob Loya or Darren Eide. Darren, you texted me. Somebody up in the staging lanes has a poly lock. You guys want to come up here and find out who it is? You can get Bob taken care of and back on the racetrack. Of staging lane number 8, they're the ones with the poly lock. So Darren Eide, Bob Loya, whoever, see somebody right at the head of staging lane number 8, you can get a poly lock and get Bob fixed up and back going. Right at the head of staging lane 8. That's the front. That's towards me. There you go. So we got our bi-car back. We got 16 gamblers back. So at this point, Kurt, if you want to break in on our test and tune cars, hopefully the other 3 gambler participants get in line before they get run. But if you want to break in, we can run gamblers. We're not going to wait for every car to be back. I announced that earlier. We got 16 out of 19. That's close enough. We'll break in on our test and tuners, and we'll run this gamblers. Next round, we'll run round 2. Let's roll up junior dragsters for your final. So we're still waiting on 3 gamblers to get back here. I don't know who you are, but we're breaking in. We're going to break into the test and tune cars. We're going to run round 2 of the big gamblers, so I suggest you make it back into the staging lanes as soon as possible. Combo gamblers, big car gamblers, whatever you want to consider yourself. Big money gamblers. Let's go, gamblers. We need you back. Bi-car was the last car down. Bi-car's already back. Thank you, Dusty. Thanks for showing the way. Showing what people need to do when you're running a round-robin race. So, gamblers, if you're back in the pits, you're going to miss this round. Unless you get up here rather quickly. I think there might be one missing. I'm going to assume you're broken. Hard hitting nitrous car right there. Hit the nitrous, blew the tires off. Now he's coasting on down the track. I don't think he hurt anything. But he's a slow roller for sure. So we'll have to hold up the cars while he slow rolls off the track. Thanks for coming back, gamblers. Thanks for coming back. We'll do the best we can. We've already broken in. Once we run out a few more of these tests and tuners, you'll be coming out for round two. Round two. And once again, once you win that round, we need you back as soon as possible. We want to crown a champion. Running 2 rounds will not suffice. We have 5 more to go after this second round. So we need you back quickly each and every round. So we got a diesel truck, can't get down the track under power. We're hoping he gets off the track under power so we can run the next pair. And he's making the turn, looks like he's going to clear it. We're off, next pair coming at you. For the nitrous powered Chevelle. Good pass there. 119.60 foot, pretty darn good. Made dragster popping and banging on down the track. Looks like he's going to make it off. Oh, decided to go to the big shutdown area instead of taking the short turn. But he's clear. So we got one more car to send down. Then we got a final coming up in our Junior Dragster Gambler. Big car combo gamblers, you should be saddling up, and you're coming out right now. Follow out Junior Dragsters for your round 2. And it's going to be Claire McDonough. Dialed up with a 790 on the right side. Claire is going to be chasing. As soon as my screen changes over, I'll give you a name. Oh, and on double red light, true start, not in effect. Car that left second had the lesser of the 2 red lights. Claire McDonough goes 20 red, runs 100th under. Dylan Hansen was 36 red, runs 19th thou under. They both break out. Claire McDonough, your winner. Congratulations, Claire, on your Junior Dragster Gambler Champion. And Dylan Hansen, congratulations goes out to you. You put up a heck of a fight. You had a great first round. You had it there in the second round, but man, just a little bit red. Claire McDonough, a little less red. Your winner. We're going to our combo gambler now. Combo gambler. All right, saddle up gamblers, you're coming out right now. Saddle up gamblers, saddle up, you're coming out right now. John Hatfield, left side. Richie Summers, right side. John Hatfield in his trusty 69 Camaro has been racing that car since I started coming here in, I think, 1988. John dialed in with a 1303. Richie Summers is going to dial a 798. Quick math tells me Richie Summers is going to be waiting over 5 seconds. 5 seconds. That'll put John Hatfield out there about 250 feet, maybe 300 feet before Richie Summers gives chase in his Ford-powered rear-engine dragster. Off they go, green lights a pair. Richie Summers in control, much better green light. He'll turn it into a win, going 32 over, 26 green, 58 total, locked out Hatfield. Hatfield lets go 101 on the starting line and is mathematically ineligible. He gets there first by 16 thou, but in the process of doing that, broke it out 49 thou. Gene Milton now left side, 1025. The Danger Ranger. Willie Gray in the Gray Ghost dials 809, right side. Pair of green lights here. Willie Gray goes 32, but he's handed back 29 thou and change. Gene Milton 003, dead 4, lays down 7 total for the win. Willie Gray mathematically eliminated. 32 green, can't get inside of a 7-pack. No how, no way. He breaks it out 100, still ends up 15 thou behind. Gene Milton moving on with a fine 7-pack. Mr. Lindbergh dialed up 983. David Schmidt dialed 850 in the right lane. Lindbergh goes 31 red, hands the win over to Schmidt. Schmidt 60 green and goes dead on with a 1. Lindbergh runs his out to go 3 thou under, but had already lost due to the red light. Schmidt moving on in that dragster. Dale Hildreth, left side, dials up 896. John Marslick dials up a 1037 in the right lane. In is Dart Swinger. Marslick goes 40 red, Hildreth 16 green. Hildreth moving on. He runs it out the back door to go 9 flat. He probably did not run that out the back door. Nope, 134 miles an hour. He let out early. But he's moving on to round 3. John Blomberg left side, 1029 the dial. Jason Hopp, 748. His big block Chevy powered Shorty dragster in the right lane. Off they go. Blomberg has 11 thou in his back pocket. Breaks it out 26 thou. As Jason Hopp was 14 green and 25 thou over. 62 thou behind, but takes the win by virtue of the breakout by Blomberg. Jason Hopp moving on to round 3. Phil Johnson now left side, 11-14. I think it's Pat Kelly, 10 flat over here in the right lane. Off they go. And Pat Kelly goes 5 stinking thou red, hands the win over to Phil. Phil goes 28 green and runs 39 thou under. Pat Kelly lets out, coasts across the finish line in a disgusted manner, and I don't blame you. Mr. Conchier over in the left lane dials up a 965. Morgan McDonough, right side, dialing with a 1020. Morgan had a lot of success this year. And Morgan will take the win. He's 32 green. as Gunchir goes 137 red. Runs it out to go 38th thou over. McDonough runs it out to go 100th over. 42 total. Moving on to round 3. Jake Lesnick now, right side, 10:43. Exactly 2-second head start. No, not exactly. Only if I'm dyslexic. Pat Haubrich dialed 8:34 in the left lane. Little over 2-second head start going to Jake Lesnick in the right lane. Off they go, 30 to a 16. Give the 16 to the 69 Camaro. Pat Haubrich turns it into a win, 16-15 thou over. All but locked out Jake Lesnick. Lesnick was 30, had to run dead zero for the win. Runs 51 thou over to end up 51 thou behind. Our Firebird in the left lane dials up a 971. Dan Gruhl dialed 1047 in the right lane in the Barracuda. Off they go. Firebird missed it. Dan Gruhl didn't. If Dan Gruhl doesn't break out, he's going to win. And he does not break out, and he does win. 12 green, 47 over for a 59 total. Locked out the Firebird. Firebird was 110 green. Breaks it out. Still takes the loss. Dusty Winrich now dials up 10-12. He is the bye car. All 19 of you made it back. Thanks for that. Dusty turns it loose. Goes 112 green and 12 thou over. Moving on. I'll do some calculations and see who is the bye holder for the next round, as Dusty just used it. And by my calculations, car number K504 will have the bye the next round of Gamblers. There will be 10 cars coming back, so even though you're on the wait and see bye, Gene, there should be 10 cars coming back. If somebody breaks, you will have the bye. We already have a car coming back. I know I'm pushing you hard. 6 o'clock, we got 4 rounds to run. Actually, 5 rounds. Probably not going to be able to do it, but let's see how far we can get. We might be able to squeeze an extra round in. But we'll do the best we can. I know way back long ago, I ran 4 rounds in an hour down in Byron. No reason we can't do that here. All right, gamblers, you're doing such a good job. We're doing the best we can. We're going to try and break in faster than what we've been doing on these cars. We want to run 3 rounds in the next hour. If we run those 3 rounds, get down to 3 cars, there's a good chance we're going to finish this gambler. And I'll just leave it at that. $1,500 approximately going to be in the final and the runner-up position, just so you know what you're racing for. So there's some serious dough out there. I see our 4th and 5th cars coming back. 6. We got 6 out of 10 back. Gene, you can come right on up in lane 7. Beautiful. Gene's sitting on the buy of 10 cars. If somebody broke, she'll get a buy. If nobody broke, she'll have a chance to defend that buy. 6 cars, we need 4 of you back. I think I see our 7th car coming. If I see 9 cars, we're gonna break in, we're gonna run. Jason Hopp is back. Thank each and every one of you for getting back so quickly. We need 2. We need 2. I'd like to see you both back here. I get real queasy running without somebody, but we're trying to squeeze this in within the time allotted. Test and tune cars, you're going to get shut down at 6:45. We're going to close staging lanes at 6:45 on the test and tune cars. That's in a little over half an hour. Morgan's back. We got 9. Waiting on 1 more. Don't make me single you out. I think. Nope. Waiting on 1 more car. We can probably start to break in, or we can break in right now. And hopefully by the time we get everybody run. Yeah, here comes Pat Halbrick. We're ready. We're ready. All right. Kurt's got them broken in. We're breaking in. We're going to get the gamblers run out the remaining of these test and tune cars. If we can move up in the line and break off earlier than what we do, instead of sending these 5 pair out, we will. Maybe we won't. We appreciate y'all getting back so quick. We want to have a single winner in our gamblers race. Big money on the line. Like I say, about $1,500 available for winner and runner-up. So gamblers, you can see who you're following out there behind that road-dressed Harley and the blue Chevelle. You're coming out after that, so suit them up appropriately. 10 goes to 5, 5 goes to 3, 3 goes to 2, and then we have a champion. So that's 4 rounds we want to run before 7 o'clock if we can get there. But if we can run 2 more rounds before 7 o'clock, I think I can finagle us running the semifinals and the final after 7 if we have to. Don't want to, but if we have to, we'll do that because you guys have tried and done so well. If we can get down to 3, 2 more rounds after this round, so 3 rounds total before 7, I think we'll go ahead and run the semis and the final, just to let you all know that we're trying not to do a split and quit. We're trying to run this thing down to a final round. Tuners, just to let you know, at 6:45 we are shutting down the test and tune. We are closing the staging lanes at 6:45. So use your time wisely. Stand there out of that Camaro, shut it off at the 8th mile. I think he bottomed out his front spoiler, a bunch of fiberglass flying around. We'll take a look. Hopefully there's no fluid. I'm not sure if we're going to need to tow him off or get a rollback. Hopefully neither. Hopefully he can restart and drive off under his own power. But he popped a pretty decent wheelie, and then I saw a bunch of shards of fiberglass flying around, so I'm not sure if he just bottomed out his front spoiler or if it was something worse. Want to let all you know so you can stand down a little bit, breathe a little easier. Gamblers, you can see you got a couple of pairs in front of you. I'm not sure if we got a cleanup to do or not. We're out there checking right now. So we're going to get the Camaro towed off the track. Like I said, there was a bunch of shards of stuff out there, so we're going to have to get the tractor and brush that lane off. No fluids, but we want to get those shards of whatever that is off so it doesn't cause a problem for anybody else. Once we get that done, we'll be back to testing and racing.
Hey, Joe.
So latest report, it's not fiberglass or carbon fiber, but it looks like we can just blow it off the track with a blower and get back to going. We don't have to run the tractor over it and do any brushing, so we'll get that blown off the track as soon as we can. As we speak, the Camaro is being towed off the track. Once we get everything clear, I'll let you know. All right, we got the Camaro just about clear on the big end. Putting water down in the water boxes. And they're making the turn off the track right now. So we'll be back to testing action. We'll be back into the next round of gamblers. Sadly, that took some of our time away, but I still believe in you, gamblers. I think we can get this done. Something going away on Al Corda's car. He becomes a slow roller. Something right around 330 foot or earlier went away. He's coasting on down the track. Hopefully he'll take the first turnoff. We can continue. See what happens. And he is. He's getting off the first turnoff. Thank you, Al. I hope that wasn't serious. On down the track goes our Harley rider, and we are going into our gamblers. 10 cars remain. 5 will come back. And it is Dale Hildreth in the left lane. He's dialing up an 895. It looks like Richie Summers, I think, is in the right lane. He's dialed up an 802. I think it's Richie anyways. I'm going with what's on my computer, which isn't always accurate. So if it isn't Richie, I apologize, but that's what I'm going with for now. I know it's a Ford-powered rear-engine dragster, so that means Summers. Both pre-stage it. Dragster first stage. Now Dale. Now off they go. 15 to a 52. Give the 15 to Hildreth. He'll take the win as he goes 17 thou over. Locked out Richie Summers. 32 total, 52 light. Richie goes 11 thou over, ends up 31 thou behind, or about 6 feet. If a dragster had a fender, that's what it would have been. Next pair, Phil Johnson, left side, 1110 the dial. David Schmidt, right side in the dragster, dialed 850. Off they go. 12 thou advantage going to the dragster, and he'll turn it into a win. He goes 29, dead 4, 31 total, locked out Phil Johnson. Phil was 41 green, breaks it out 15 thou, taken 7 thou. Again, mathematically, no chance of winning that race. David Schmidt moving on in the dragster. Dusty Winrich now, 1013 the dial. In that left lane, Jason Hopp, 750 the dial, right side. Off they go. Dusty Winrich goes 42 red. Jason Hopp, 22 green. Breaks it out 11 thou on his way to round 3. Dave Grohl, or Gruel, 1048 the dial in the Barracuda. Left side, Morgan McDonough dials up a 1021 in the right lane. Direct sunshine on the tree over here in this right lane. Makes it a little tougher. Not so bad since we went to LED lights. Used to really be bad back in the incandescent light days. Rule goes 50 red, hands the win over to McDonough. McDonough, 60 green is good enough for the win. McDonough runs it out the back door to go 19 thou under on the 1021 dial. This is your last pair. Gene Milton, left side, dials 1024 in the Milton Motors Danger Ranger. Going to get chased by Pat Haubrick. Haubrick dialed 834 in the right lane. Both drivers in. The tree comes down. Off goes Gene. Off goes Pat. Pair of green lights. 22 thou in favor of the Danger Ranger. Gene ends up getting behind 006. Pat Haubrick goes 47 and 11 thou over, finishes 6 thou ahead. Gene again was 25 green and 29, 39th over, taking the loss at 128 miles an hour. So that will release the bye. I'll have to do some calculations. We have 5 cars coming back. After some quick calculations, car number H, I think it's H524. Car number H524, Dale Hildreth, you are on the wait and see bye at 5 cars, so you shouldn't have to wait or see. There should be 5 cars. Dale Hildreth, you're on the wait and see bye for the big car gambler, combo gambler, big money on the line. Like I said, I think there's $1,500 available for the final round. 5 cars remain. We'll take you back. We're closing the lanes down. In 15 minutes, we're going to close staging lanes down for test and tune cars in 15 minutes. I still think we can get through the round of 5 into the round of 3. And if we can get that far, we're going to finish this gambler's race. That's all I know. Great job, gamblers. Great job getting back up here. We'll take you back. Car number H524, Dale Hildreth. You are on the wait and see bye. I see one coming back already. Dave Schmidt wants to win his share. I know Jason Hopp does. I know Dale Hildreth does. Big money out there. You guys have worked hard, turning it around. Appreciate that very much. Once you do come up here, 5 cars, the way things are going, we're getting low on test and tune cars, so we'll be able to break in that much quicker. So be ready to run when you come back to the lanes, gamblers racers. Dale, if you want to just roll on up in lane 7, that'd be great. Thank you, Dale. I got 2 back so far, 2 back out of 5. Jason Hopp wants a piece of that big money available in the final of Gamblers. We got 3 cars back, looking for 2 more. I think we're waiting on Morgan McDonough. I think he won that round. Looks like we're waiting on Pat Haubrick and Morgan McDonough. We'll take you to the lanes. Morgan is on his way. Five or six, Morgan. 5 or 6. Buy cars in 7. Great job, Gamblers. Great job getting back. We're waiting on Pat Haubrick. Pat Haubrick shows up in the next couple minutes. I think we are going to finish this race. Here comes Pat Haubrick. So gentlemen, if you want to get suited up and get ready, Gamblers, we can take you out. We don't have that many test and tuners to break in on. We're going to break in on you. We're going to send you guys out. And I'm going to tell you one thing right now, Gamblers. We are going to finish this race. There will be a winner. 5 goes to 3, 3 goes to 2, and that's the final round. We're going to run this race to completion today. For all your hard work getting back here so fast, we appreciate it. And we're going to run you to completion. Going to be a final round, going to be a winner and a runner-up. Test and tuners. Staging is going to be open for 8 more minutes. 8 more minutes if you want to make a run. At 6:45, we're closing the lanes down. We'll run out the remainder of our test and tuners, and that's going to be it. The only thing going to be left is our Gamblers at that point. So test and tuners, if you want to make a lap, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 within the next 8 minutes. believe it's round 4 of the Gamblers. 5 cars remain. Dave Schmidt, right side, dials 850 in his dragster. Morgan McDonough dialed 1018. That gorgeous S10 pickup. That's another one I wouldn't mind owning. Both drivers in and ready, pre-staged. Morgan first to stage. Dave is in. Tree comes down. Off goes Morgan. Off goes Dave. 14 thou separate him at the hit. Advantage goes to the dragster, and he regulates the finish line like a pro. 21 green, 35 over, taking 3 thou. Dave Schmidt moving on to the round of 3. Morgan McDonough, 35 green, 24 thou over. Again, he fell 3 thou short of taking the victory in that run. Next pair out, right side. Jason Hopp dials up a 748 in his bracket / top dragster. He's going to be chasing down Pat Haubrich. Pat Haubrich dialed 834. That beautiful 69 Camaro. Beautiful and fast in the left lane. Off they go. Double O. And that's going to be Pat Haubrich. 007, 21 thou over, 28 total. Jason Hopp was 003, goes 31 over, ends up 6 thou behind. Pat Haubrich, you will take the bye to the final. As Dale Hildreth is just going to break the beams back out. He will take on Dave Schmidt in the only competitive pair. 3 cars remain. 5 minutes remain. 5 minutes remain for our test and tune cars. You need to be in the lanes in the next 5 minutes if you want to make your last hit. So just to reiterate, gambler participants down to 3 cars. You are vying for, give or take, I'm not going to be exact, about $1,500 is what's up for grabs. 3 cars remain. Trying to do some calculations here to see how that would break down. And I can't do it. If you guys want to figure something out, you can certainly discuss what you can do with that $1,500. I know that number is solid. Pretty solid anyways. If you want to come up with something, great. If you want to race for the flyer, Dave Schmidt is back. And it is 6:45, and as advertised, the cars that are remaining in the lanes will be run out. Staging lanes are now closed. Staging lanes are now closed for Test and Tune. We thank you for participating, all our Test and Tune participants. We thank you for being here at Rock Falls today. We had a lot of cars. We got a lot of cars down the track. We had minimal downtime. We appreciate you being here, spending your time with us. If you're going home tonight, safe travels. If you're staying for the race, thank you. Thank you. We got 2 big days of racing coming up. We're going to decide our season champions. And they're going to decide who's going to Odessa, Missouri, and racing for the Race of Champions at the ET Finals. If you're planning on going to the ET Finals, we're going to have a meeting on Saturday, driver's meeting for that. I'll let you know more about that when we get closer to it. That's going to be Saturday. I believe after the race, we'll have that driver's meeting for the ET Finals participants. So, yeah, I mean, quick math would say if you went 750, 500, 250, that's 1,500. That's close to where things would be. Leave whatever is odd left on top. It'd be a cool way to do it. Or you can leave it all up there. All or nothing. 1,500 or squat. But I'm just taking the cars that were entered by 80%. That's where that 1,500 number comes up from. That's the total purse. Pat Halbrick coming up. And we are going to finish this, drivers. Just so you know, we are going to finish this. If you guys spill past 7 o'clock, we got it covered. We've had a reprieve. I'm paying the fine for going past 7 o'clock because I drove you so hard. I wanted you guys to have a winner. I'll absorb that cost for you. Pat Halbrick. Car number H500. So once again, drivers, like I say, you got about $1,500 to play with. If you want to come up with a pay plan right now, fine. If you don't till the next round, fine. Three cars remain in today's Capital Motor Company Test and Tune. This is our combo gambler race. Dave Schmidt in the only competitive pair. He's in the right lane, dialed 850. He's going to be chasing down Dale Hildreth. Dale is dialed 895 in the left lane in his Chevy 2. Pat Halbrick sitting on the bye this round. He's just going to come up and break the beams, let the car cool down for the final. Both drivers are in. The tree comes down, and off they go. Dale Hildreth going to the final. 13 green. Dave Schmidt just missed it by a whisker. 002 red. Both drivers over the number. 32 over for Dale, 42 over for Dave Schmidt. Again, Pat Halbrick just going to break the beam. And with that, I think Dale Hildreth will get lane choice then, unless Dale Hildreth breaks the beam and goes better than 13. Very slim chance of that happening. No chance now. Pat Halbrick moving on to the final, facing off against Dale Hildreth. Two door cars, no dragsters. How in the world does that happen? So that's it. We only got one pair left to run. We'll wait for Dale Hildreth to cool off, refuel, and come back up to the staging lanes, and we'll be done. We'll call it a wrap on our Test and Tune, Capital Motor Company Test and Tune. Thank you all for participating. Thanks for coming out. I know it was a great weather day. Traction was very good also. High horsepower, high traction means low ETs and big speed. We hope you had a good time out here today and you got your testing done. And got done what you wanted to see. Or if you found a problem, that puts you ahead of the game for the next time you go racing, which hopefully is tomorrow here at Rock Falls Raceway. Races 9 and 10, the last two races of our Gold Rush Points Series, happening tomorrow and Sunday. ET Finals coming out next week, so we're going to have a meeting of our ET Finals drivers. We'll do that tomorrow after the race. MDRA points races going on Saturday and Sunday here, so make sure MDRA racers, you sign up in registration. At the back of the registration portion of the building, there's a kiosk. There should be a clipboard for MDRA, so make sure you sign that so you can get your points. I'm going to try and keep track of points during the days, tomorrow and Sunday, so I'll do the best I can. And coming up for our Drivers Appreciation Race or Racers Appreciation Race in October, just to give you an idea what's going on, I think it's posted out there, but Friday schedule is going to be a normal Capital Motor Company test and tune, but at 7:30 we're going to have a potluck dinner to all weekend competitors. Rock Falls Raceway will supply the main dish, which is going to be pulled pork, brats, and hot dogs. We're going to have 4 classes of racers for that race. We're going to have gizmo, no gizmo, junior dragster / junior street racers. And what we're looking for is gizmo racers to supply a hot side meal. No gizmo racers provide a cold side meal. Junior dragster / junior street racers, please supply a dessert. You can mix them up any way you want. Just talk amongst yourselves and figure out what you want to bring. It's going to work out great. Potluck, we're supplying the heavy lifting stuff. If you're not supplying a meal, we're asking for a $20 donation, and that's going to go directly to the pit vehicle race payout, which we're going to have a pit vehicle race on Saturday. Saturday, gates open at 8. There's a run order of no gizmo. Junior dragsters all run gizmo, and then junior street. Time trials, 2 of them will begin at 10 a.m., just like a regular Saturday. Eliminations to follow. We're just going to have different groupings. Time and daylight permitting, there'll be a pit vehicle race to follow the conclusion of eliminations. Again, time / daylight permitting. That's a big if because things get dark really early in October. Sunday schedule, gates are going to open at 8 a.m. Same run order, no gizmo, junior dragsters, gizmo, junior street. Time trials, there'll only be 1. And that will, 1 for no gizmo and gizmo, 2 for junior dragster and junior street. And those time trials begin at 9 a.m., just like our Sundays always do. Payout per day, gizmo and no gizmo, there'll be $1,000 to the winner, 500 runner-up, $250 for the semis. Junior dragster and junior street be $500 to the winner, $250 runner-up, and $125 for the semis. Tech cards will be $50 for gizmo and no gizmo cars, $40 for junior dragster and junior street cars. Admission per day, tickets can be purchased at the gate. Adults are $10. Kids 8 to 12 years old are $5. Seniors 65 and older will be $5. Kids 7 and under will be free. And that is what's going to happen for our Racers Appreciation Race in October 5th and 6th, I believe. Let me see. I got a date right here. October 5th and 6th. Then October 4th will be, again, a normal Capital Motor Company test and tune. And it might be a big one if we have nice weather. A big thank you goes out to all, and I mean every single one of our gambler racers. I called for you to do a round-robin race, and you showed out how to do that. Thank you very much. You all responded to the call, and we're going to finish up either right at 7 o'clock or 7:01. Appreciate that very much. Appreciate it. You guys and gals did a wonderful, wonderful job. So we got 2 cars in the staging lanes, and that's our final round for the combo gambler. Pat Haubrick, Dale Hildreth. They're shaking hands right now, flipping a coin. Technically, Dale does have lane choice, going by reaction times. But you can flip a coin. I could care less. Once they decide that, they'll get loaded up in their cars, suited up, and they'll be the last pair down the track today for big, big money. Jeff Serene, if you want to make a pass on your sled, you should be on it right now. Jeff Serene, if you want to make a pass on your sled, you should be on your sled right now making the pass, because once our gambler final goes down, we're unplugging everything. Reminder to the winner of today's Gamblers Race, if you want to come right on down the return road to the winner's circle, you can come on down. We'll take some winner's circle pictures, and we'll get that taken care of. So if you win the race, come on down to the winner's circle right here in front of the tower. You can just drive right on down. We'll get some winner's circle pictures taken, and we'll send you on your way to celebrate tonight here at Rock Falls Raceway. I know both of you are staying over for the racing this weekend. Great way to start your weekend. One of you going to win this race. So yeah, in case you didn't hear me, if you win this race, just come right on down to the winner's circle. We'll get some winner's circle pictures taken care of. Not only are they a couple of no-box cars, I think they're a couple of, or I should say, not only are they door cars, not dragsters, I think they're both no-box drivers. Fantastic. They're buckling in and getting ready. It's going to be about an 834 for Pat Halbrecht and about an 896 for Dale Hildreth, something like that. A couple of big block Chevy power plants making some big power. I would pay for the fine for going over 7 o'clock. So yeah, I was hoping they would get I was hoping they would get this done before 7 o'clock so I wouldn't have to pay the fine. I didn't want to rush them because they worked so hard to get to this point. It is 7:01, so I am paying the fine, and we're going to run these two cars down and crown a winner. And it will be Dale Hildreth in the left lane, dialed 896. It will be Pat Halbrecht in the right lane, dialed 834. Pat Halbrecht in his 69 Camaro. Dale Hildreth in, I'm going to go with a 67 or 66. There, I got it covered. Chevy 2. Both drivers pre-staged. In goes Pat. Now, in goes Dale. Tree fires. Off goes Dale. Off goes Pat. Oh! I'm thinking foul. Pat Halbrecht going to be your winner. 19 green. They both, they're not both going to run them out. Pat Halbrecht did. 836 on that 834. Dale lets out and finishes in the runner-up. Congratulations, Pat Halbrecht, on your combo gambler win. Big money coming your way, and just about big money going Dale Hildreth's way, depending on how things shook out. Congratulations, Dale Hildreth, on your runner-up finish. Again, it's tough to get to any final anywhere. Pat, if you want to come down, get a winner's circle picture taken, now's the time. Thank you, everyone, for playing the game today and doing such a good job. I mean, such a good job on those gamblers for getting back round after round as we were pressed for time, had a breakage in there. You got it done 2 minutes after our deadline, but like I said, I paid for the fine so we could run that final. And plenty more racing coming tomorrow and Sunday. So enjoy your time here at Rock Falls Raceway. And we will see you. We'll have cars on the track tomorrow at 10 a.m. So, King of the Hill, you're on low alert. King of the Hill, you are on low alert for your first time trial of the day tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you all, and we'll see you in the morning.